Serengeti Plains. When the sun reached its peak and dyed everything in a brilliant amber hue, time seemed to stand still. The sea of yellow grass waving in the breeze stood an ancient baobab tree, rising like a lonely night watchman. Under its cool shade, Layla, a lioness with the majesty of a queen, was drifting in a light sleep. Beside her was Keto, a tiny being with soft, downy fur, the embodiment of hope and innocence. For Layla, happiness was not found in dramatic hunts, but simply in the warm breath of her small child against her fur. However, nature has a way of turning a sunny afternoon into a nightmare in the blink of an eye. A brilliant neon blue butterfly, a beautiful and strange contrast to the muted earth tones of the grassland, suddenly flew across the nose of Keto. The tiny ears of the cub flicked. The initially melodic, flute-like music of the wild suddenly shifted to a rhythmic drumbeat as Keto began to pounce unsuccessfully at the winged beats of the beautiful stranger. Keto followed intently, his clumsy footsteps leading him away from the safety of the shade, moving gradually toward the edge of a steep riverbank where slippery clay awaited a single misstep. The whole world seemed to hold its breath as the small paws of Keto began to slide long across the damp ground. The rhythm of the peaceful afternoon was suddenly torn apart. As the neon blue butterfly glided out over the vast water, the curiosity of Keto overrode his caution. A disastrous slip on the slick clay followed, and then a heavy splash echoed. The tiny body of Keto fell straight into the river, which was flowing fast due to recent upstream rains. Beneath the murky brown water, Keto struggled in despair. His head bobbed between the fierce waves, his eyes wide with panic, searching for a familiar figure. The frail, broken cries for help of a lion cub rang out, echoing against the river cliffs like a tragic piece of music. Mother! That cry was swallowed by the cold current before it could be finished. Layla woke up instantly. Maternal instinct like an electric current surged through her body, making her launch like a golden arrow across the grass. Without a second of hesitation, without any calculation for her own safety, Layla plunged into the surging river. She fought against drifting logs and wrestled with the power of the water, trying to pull them both to the bottom. With ultimate effort, Layla finally grabbed the scruff of the neck of Keto, using all her strength to pull the poor child to the shore. However, when the feet of Layla touched the dry land, a terrifying silence began to loom. She placed Keto on the ground. The image before her eyes made the heart of the lioness shatter. Keto lay there, limp and completely motionless. The small belly of the boy was bloated with water, his eyes were tightly closed, and the downy fur once smooth was now matted with mud. There was no heartbeat under the thin skin, and no breath escaped from that chest. Layla frantically licked the face of her son. Her rough tongue tried to wipe away the water droplets, trying to warm the cooling body of Keto as if love could wake death itself. She used her paw to nudge him gently, then harder, waiting for a movement, a groan, or even a wheezing breath. But the only response was the silence of the dust. In that moment, Layla tilted her head to the sky and let out a roar that tore through the air. It was not the roar of authority from a hunter, but the sobbing cry of a mother who had just lost her whole world. That roar made the birds in the baobab tree fly away in terror, made the distant antelopes stop in their tracks, and seemed to make the entire savanna bow before such immense pain. At this time, Layla bitterly realized that even though she was the lord of this land, even though she had sharp claws and peerless strength, she was completely helpless before the grim truth. Life had left her child. While the grief of Layla enveloped the space, from the dense forest edge bordering the savanna, a giant figure slowly stepped out. It was Coco, a silverback gorilla with a muscular body like a moving block of stone. Under the brilliant midday sun, the fur on his back shimmered with silver, a testament to age, wisdom, and the authority of a forest leader. Coco did not belong to this open savanna, but it seemed destiny had guided him here at the exact moment life was most fragile. He walked on all fours, his long, rough arms brushing lightly over the grass, every step radiating a strange calmness. The appearance of a large stranger immediately triggered the combat instinct of Layla. Despite being exhausted from pain, the lioness bolted up, baring her teeth and roaring fierce threats. She stood guarding the body of Kido, ready to fight to the death to protect her poor child from any intrusion. However, Koko did not flinch, nor did he show any signs of aggression. He stopped at a safe distance from Layla and slowly lowered his center of gravity. Instead of beating his chest to display power or roaring back, Koko performed an action that caused the tense atmosphere to suddenly drop. He opened his palm wide toward Layla, a gesture of peace and empathy that transcended all language barriers. The deep brown eyes of Koko looked straight into the eyes of Layla. In that gaze, there was no hunger of a predator, nor the fear of the weak. There was only a profound understanding, a sadness that resonated with the pain of the mother losing her child. Layla froze. The lioness, known as the ruler of this land, seemed to read a silent promise in the eyes of the forest sage. In the wild world, trust between two natural enemies is an impossible thing, but here, by the tragic riverbank, a miracle began to spark. The growling in the throat of Layla grew quieter, then stopped. She looked at the motionless child at her feet, then back at Koko. A painful but hopeful surrender took place in silence. Layla slowly backed away, her head bowed low, making way for Koko to approach. She had entrusted her only and final treasure into the hands of a stranger, because deep in her instinct, Layla understood that only this creature with eyes like a human could hold the key to life and death. Koko stipit disai Kito. His giant shadow covered the small body of the lion cub, shielding the boy from the harsh Savanna sun. An invisible connection was established between two extremes of nature, beginning a journey of redemption that no wild instinct could explain. Koko knelt beside the lion cub, his giant rough hands gently touching the soaking fur of Kido. Layla stood not far away, her whole body tense like a guitar string, her golden eyes never leaving the smallest movement of the stranger. The air was so still that one could hear the racing heart of the lioness mingling with the rustling wind through the dry grass. Unlike humans, Koko did not use standard chest compressions. He possessed an instinctive intelligence gathered through millions of years of primate evolution in the deep forest, where accidents of falling into water were not rare. Koko gently but firmly slid his large hands under the body of Kido. With extremely controlled force, he lifted the lion cub into the air. Layla flinched slightly, a small growl escaping her throat when she saw her child being lifted, but she remained restrained. Koko turned Kido upside down, letting the head of the cub point toward the ground. He held the two back legs of the boy firmly and began to shake him gently with a steady rhythm. This was a calculated act. Koko was using gravity itself to steal life back from the hands of the boy. Under the impact of the firm shakes, the water, the thief that had stolen the breath of Kido, began to pour from the mouth and nose of the boy in murky streams. Koko paused for a beat, laying Kido horizontally across his arm. He used his large, calloused but sensitive thumb to stroke firmly upward from the lower belly to the chest. This action acted like an air trap, forcing all remaining water in the lungs to escape. Every second that passed felt like an eternity. Layla moved a bit closer, her breath hurried, her nostrils flaring as if wanting to catch even the smallest spark of hope. Koko remained persistent. He did not give up. He bowed his head low, pressing his nose against the nose of Kido, breathing a warm breath from his powerful lungs into the cold body of the lion cub. And then, the miracle happened. A coughing sound came from the throat of Kido. The small body suddenly convulsed strongly, water splashing on the ground. Kido coughed violently, the last gulps of water being expelled to make room for fresh air to flood into the lungs, longing for life. The tiny eyes of the boy slowly opened, dazed and confused before the bright sun of the savannah. A weak, trembling meow escaped from the small mouth. That was the most beautiful sound Layla had ever heard in her life. The lioness could not contain herself anymore. She rushed forward, not to attack Coco, but to huddle with the child who had just returned from the realm of death. Keto trembled, seeking warmth from his mother. His breathing began to stabilize, rising and falling with the rhythm of a heart that had found its melody again. Coco watched that scene, the gentle light flickering in his deep black eyes. He slowly let go, leaving Keto entirely in the arms of Layla. The miracle did not come from magic spells, but from the understanding and compassion that crosses all boundaries of species. Coco slowly backed away, keeping a respectful distance when he saw the mother and son lions had found each other again. He stood there for a long time, his giant arms now hanging at his sides, quietly observing Layla as she frantically licked every part of Keto. Every strand of wet fur of the cub was cared for and warmed by the love and ultimate relief of the mother. Layla looked up. Her golden gaze met the eyes of Coco. In that moment, all predatory instincts or hostility between species seemed to vanish completely. Instead, there was a deep recognition, the recognition between two parents, between two lives existing under one sky. Layla did not growl, nor did she bristle. She slightly bowed her head, an instinctive act of gratitude that carried the noble grace of a ruler for the savior of her life. Coco did not wait for a thank you, nor did he need any reward. He turned away, his great shadow stretching long over the golden grass under the daylight. His long arms brushed lightly over the rustling grass as Coco wandered back toward the dense forest where he belonged. He was calm and silent, just as he had appeared, leaving behind a miracle that the whole savannah would talk about forever. Keto, now more alert, nestled into the chest of his mother. The lion cub cast curious eyes after the shadow of the giant who had just brought him back from the darkness. At that moment, the brilliant neon blue butterfly from the beginning, the one that had lured Keto into disaster, suddenly reappeared. It circled around the head of Keto and then gently landed right on the tip of the nose of the lion cub. However, instead of jumping up to catch it as before, Keto just lay still. He felt the vibration of life throbbing in every fiber of his being, felt the precious breath he had almost lost. Keto watched the wings of the butterfly shimmer in the sun, then looked again at the figure of Coco gradually disappearing behind the bushes. He seemed to have learned the first lesson about connection, that this world consists of more than just predators and prey, but also invisible strings of compassion and kindness. Layla helped Keto stand up. Mother and son walked slowly toward the ancient baobab tree, where the shade was still waiting for them. Under the brilliant African sun, the savannah returned to its inherent peace. The birds sang again. The wind blew through the vast fields of grass. But in the souls of Layla and Keto, the image of the guardian with the shimmering silver fur would forever be a sacred memory. Because in the wildest place, people saw the most humane thing. Kindness needs no language, and life always finds its way back when there are hearts that empathize together. On the vast savannah, there's always been an invisible but harsh boundary drawn with blood and instinct. On one side are the proud predators, and on the other are the prey who always live in vigilance. That law was essentially unchanging for millions of years until the day the entire world was left with only the gray color of ashes. The Great Fire passed, leaving behind a natural graveyard that was hauntingly silent. Smoke still rose faintly from the blackened acacia stumps, and the smell of burnt ash filled the air. Amidst that desolate scene, Maya, a female wild boar with fur matted with soot and sunken eyes, was trudging along. Only a few days ago, she had lost everything. Her young children, her only hope and joy, had vanished into the fierce flames. The heart of that mother was now like an empty cave, where only the echoes of loss and extreme loneliness remained. However, amidst the wind whistling through the charred branches, a strange sound suddenly rang out. It was not the powerful roar of a lord, but a weak, intermittent, and desperate cry. Not far away, on a high mound still holding the heat, a tiny creature was huddling amidst a circle of deathly shadows, a flock of vultures patiently waiting for the feast. That was Cain, the tiny son of Aisha and Ella, the king and queen of this land. But here, amidst the grim survival, Cain was no longer a prince. He was just a gasping being on the brink of death. A fierce conflict arose within Maya. Instinct told her to turn and run, for this was the child of the enemy, the species that would later hunt her. Yet, the heartbreaking cry of Cain touched a sacred bond deeper than blood, the instinct of a mother. Would Maya choose safety for herself, or would she perform an unthinkable act, defying all laws of nature to save a small soul trembling in the ashes? Maya stood still amidst the white smoke drifting over the ground. The instinct of a wild boar, an animal that is always the target of bloody hunts, screamed in her head to run away. But her legs seemed nailed to the hot earth. Cain's cry was no longer the roar of a predator. It was the cry of an orphaned child, and that sound echoed in Maya's chest, where the pain of losing her children was still bleeding. With a deep grunt from the bottom of her throat, Maya lunged forward. She used her sharp tusks and sturdy shoulders to toss aside the vultures that were waiting to strike. The scavengers panicked and flew up, leaving behind a tiny, pale yellow and trembling creature. Maya gently picked up Cain with her mouth, which was usually only accustomed to digging up roots, and then trudged toward a secluded cave deep in the cliff where the fire had not yet reached. In the first few hours, silence covered the cave. Cain, exhausted and terrified, could only lie huddled in a dark corner. Every time Maya approached, the instinct of a lion cub made him try to bare his teeth and emit weak hisses. But Maya did not respond with aggression. She quietly went out, searching for the juiciest roots left after the fire. Since Cain could not eat grass or roots, Maya did a very patient thing. She chewed the roots, squeezed out the sweet drops of water, and let them drip into Cain's mouth. Life gradually returned to the eyes of the little prince. The nights on the post-fire savanna became strangely cold when there were no longer any trees for shelter. In the vast darkness, Maya lay down, using her massive body and the warmth radiating from her thick skin to cover Cain. At first, the lion cub tried to resist, but the warmth from this mother of a different species was so gentle. Finally, Cain snuggled deep into Maya's coarse fur, finding the peace he thought he had lost forever after the terrifying night of the forest fire. A strange bond began to bloom. To Maya, Cain was no longer the child of the enemy. He was the embodiment of the children she had lost, a chance for her to love once again. She licked his golden fur, cleaning the stains of ash, caring for him with a meticulousness usually reserved for her own kind. As for Cain, in the innocence of a child, he began to see Maya as his only anchor. He learned to chase her short tail and learned to snuggle into her belly whenever he heard the distant sound of thunder. However, amidst those peaceful moments, the grim reality still lurked. Maya realized a painful truth. Cain was growing, and she could not raise a lion on roots and gentleness forever. Cain's nature was flesh and blood, freedom on the vast savanna, not the darkness in the cave of a lonely wild boar. Maya's gaze was heavy as she watched the little boy trying to chew a piece of dry root. She knew that if she kept Cain out of the selfishness of maternal love, she would only cause him to die slowly from exhaustion. Meanwhile, from afar, the roaring bellows of Aisha had begun to shake the entire savanna. That roar contained anger, sorrow, and absolute authority. Each time that sound echoed, Cain would prick up his ears, his eyes shining with a vague hope of his origins. Maya stood at the cave entrance, looking toward the far horizon where the lions were searching. She knew her time was short. A difficult decision was formed in the heart of that poor mother. She had to return this life to where it belonged, even if it meant she had to face death under the claws of his parents. The following days in the cave were a series of brief moments of happiness intertwined with growing anxiety. Cain began to recover. His legs were firmer, and his golden eyes regained their inherent sharpness. The lion cub played innocently with Maya's tail, unaware that his foster mother was facing a violent inner storm. Maya observed Cain getting thinner under that golden fur. The pieces of roots and wild fruits she brought back only helped him stay alive, but could not help him grow. The instinct of a predator in Cain was craving what Maya could never give him, the strength of flesh and blood. Every time sunset fell, dyeing the scorched savanna red, Maya would stand at the cave entrance, listening to the sounds from the outside world. Aisha's roar grew closer, shaking the space and making small animals hold their breath in fear. It was the call of a king frantically searching for a successor, the pain of a father being pushed to the edge. On the other side of the territory, Ella, Cain's mother, must have been exhausted from despair. Maya felt that pain, for she herself had once wandered like a ghost to find her children in vain. The conflict in Maya's heart reached its peak. If she continued to hide Cain here, he would soon collapse from malnutrition or be discovered by other predators like hyenas. But if she took Cain out to return him to the pride, she would have to face Aisha directly, one who was ready to tear apart any creature lingering near his child. For a wild boar, appearing before a furious pride of lions was no different from a suicidal act. Maya looked at Cain sleeping soundly, his head tucked in her leg, and a rare tear rolled down her rough face. She had lost her biological children, and now she was about to give up this last child so he could live. That night, Maya did not sleep. She used her tongue to lick Cain's fur clean one last time, like a silent farewell ritual. She remembered the warm feeling when the boy snuggled in her belly during cold nights, the way he trusted her absolutely. But true love is not possession, it is sacrifice. Maya understood that Cain belonged to the vast savanna, to royalty and power, not to a life of lurking in a dark cave with a lonely old wild boar. She accepted becoming a kidnapper in the eyes of the world, as long as this child was returned to the arms of his mother. When the first light of dawn flickered through the dust clouds, Maya woke Cain. The boy rubbed his eyes, looking at her with wonder. Maya gently pushed Cain toward the cave entrance, toward the roars still echoing from the distant acacia fields. Her heart tightened as she realized this might be her final journey. She did not prepare sharp tusks to fight, nor did she prepare her legs to run. The only thing she brought was a boundless maternal love and a fragile belief that love would be understood between creatures that were originally enemies. The reverse rescue journey began as the sun started to scorch the ashes on the ground. Maya gripped Cain's scruff firmly but gently, exactly the way a lioness moves her cub. She stepped out of the safe shade of the cave, venturing into the land of death where the eyes of the grim reaper were waiting. Each of Maya's steps on the burnt grass was heavy with thoughts and a readiness for an end. Under the harsh sun of the savanna that was gradually reviving after the fire, a scene unprecedented in natural history was unfolding. Maya, a short wild boar, was holding the scruff of a lion cub in her mouth, trudging along the dusty path. Every step she took was a gamble with death. In the world of wild animals, this action looked no different from a thief disposing of loot, and Maya knew that well. Her chest heaved, her breath heavy with the weight of Cain and the fear suffocating her heart. But her eyes remained steadfastly forward. Around her, the savanna began to show weak green sprouts among the scattered acacia trees. However, the silence of the space carried a terrible pressure. From within the tall grass, golden eyes had begun to watch. It was not a single predator, but an entire angry dynasty. Suddenly, a roar tore through the air, so powerful that it made the ground under Maya's feet shake. From behind a large bush, Aisha appeared like a giant ghost with a black mane standing on end, eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep and fury. Right beside him was Ella, her body thin from days of searching for her child, her claws unsheathed, ready to finish off whoever dared touch the royal bloodline. Aisha lowered his center of gravity, muscles rippling under his dark yellow skin. He let out a short but threatening roar, preparing for a fatal pounce. Ella also moved to the flank, blocking all of Maya's escape routes. To them, the image of a wild boar holding their child in its mouth was an insult and an unforgivable crime. A painful death seemed inevitable for Maya, but instead of running away or hissing in self-defense, Maya did something that stunned the entire Lion Kingdom. She slowly took 2 more steps toward Aisha. Then with a strange gentleness, she softly placed Cain down on the lush green grass right in front of the raging king. Cain, after days of being cared for by Maya, also seemed to sense the presence of his parents. The boy let out a small cry and then dashed toward Ella, huddling into his mother's legs. In that moment, all movement seemed to stop. Maya did not retreat immediately. She stood there, her breath still ragged, but her gaze did not flinch. She looked deep into Aisha's eyes, a look without defiance, without fear, but only with a deep understanding between beings sharing the same pain of loss. She stood tall, exposing her vulnerable neck to the claws of the enemy, a gesture of total surrender but also full of pride. The moment of silence lasted what felt like an eternity. The entire savannah seemed to hold its breath waiting for slaughter, but no sound of breaking bones, no soul-piercing scream rang out. Aisha froze as he caught the scent of his child on the wild boar. Not the smell of blood, but the smell of care, the smell of warmth, and of succulent roots. An astonishing truth gradually dawned on the minds of the predators. This lowly animal had not kidnapped their child to eat him. She had protected their child with her own life. In the moment of intersection between life and death, a new law, never recorded in any natural code, was established. The ferocity in Aisha's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a shock full of respect. Maya, having completed the final mission of her life, slowly backed away step by step, her eyes never leaving the lion family until she disappeared into the shade of the green forest. The moment Cain ran toward his mother, the world around seemed to hold its breath. Ella frantically licked her son's fur, checking every scratch, while Aisha, the king who only knew authority and dominance, still stood rooted to the spot. His gaze did not leave the small silhouette of Maya as she slowly retreated. In his world, wild boars were food, targets of relentless hunts. But today, that animal had appeared before him as a symbol of salvation. Hatred often stems from fear and misunderstanding, but kindness is a language that even the most savage beasts can perceive. Aisha looked at his intact, healthy son, then at the old wild boar quietly turning her back. A low roar sounded, but not to command an attack. It was a signal. Ella raised her head, looking after Maya with a gaze containing deep gratitude that no language could fully describe. The lion stood still in a long line, creating a corridor of honor across the vast savannah. Not a single step followed, not a single claw unsheathed. An unwritten law was established. From this day on, this wild boar was sacrosanct on this land. Maya trudged along, her clumsy feet pressing into the soft earth of the savannah that was gradually turning green again. She did not look back, but her ears still listened to the happy play of Cain behind her. A sense of relief spread through her body, dispelling the fatigue and fear that had weighed her down over the past days. Maya had lost her biological children in the fire, a pain that she thought would follow her to the grave. However, through saving and returning Cain, she realized that love does not necessarily have to possess, and life still continues in the most miraculous ways. As she stepped deeper into the safe green forest, the darkness of the cold cave and the loneliness in Maya's heart seemed to vanish. She was no longer a mother who failed because she could not protect her children. She was the mother of the entire savannah, the one who used her heart to prevent a tragedy and create an unthinkable connection. The emptiness in her soul was now filled with a strange serenity. She had given everything she had, and in return, she received freedom in her own soul. The story of Maya and Cain is not just a tale of survival, but also a deep lesson for all of us. In a world full of barriers and prejudices, kindness is the most powerful bridge. If a wild boar can overcome the instinct for survival to protect an enemy, then perhaps humans can also find harmony and compassion even in the greatest differences. Look back at the life around you. Sometimes, a small act of kindness, a sacrifice without seeking reward, is the key to opening the doors of reconciliation and hope. Never underestimate the power of a loving heart, for it is the only thing that can change even the harshest laws of nature. Thank you for following the emotional journey of Maya and Cain. If this story has touched your heart, please share it to spread belief in the power of kindness. Do not forget to subscribe to the channel to discover more human stories amidst the wild wilderness. See you in the next videos. Dawn on the Serengeti Plains did not begin with a sound, but with a golden light pouring like honey over the thorny acacia trees and the lush green grasslands stretching to the horizon. At a lonely ranger station near the border of the reserve, the space was so quiet that one could hear the vibration of tiny insect wings in the sweltering air. Inside the station, Kofi sat silently at an old wooden table. The scratching of his pen on the pages of a diary was the only sound connecting him to reality. Since his beloved wife passed away, Kofi chose a life of solitude, taking conservation work and the wilderness as his only comfort. Memories of his wife, from the dried flower vase on the windowsill to the old photo in the corner of the table, remained present like a part of the breath of this room. On the Savanna, a normal day is already a gift, Kofi told himself as he looked out the glass window. However, that normalcy was suddenly shattered. From the tall grass, a small, golden figure rushed out in panic. It was Keto, a lion cub separated from the pride. Keto did not run into the deep forest. He headed straight for the station as if this place were the only life buoy. The most breathless moment was when the small lion stood up on its hind legs, pressing its two front paws firmly against the window glass. Its amber eyes were wide, containing the purest plea a wild creature could give a human. It was not a wild beast. It was a soul begging for a miracle to live. Kofi looked at the lion cub in stunned silence. In over 10 years as a ranger, he had witnessed enough of the cruelty of nature, but he had never seen a wild creature proactively seek out humans with such despair. Keto, the name Kofi secretly gave him in his head, was still scratching lightly at the glass, small whimpers escaping from his weak throat. But Kofi's attention quickly shifted behind the little one. From the tall grass, round and short ears began to poke up, followed by powerful, wide jaws. 3 spotted hyenas loomed into the station yard. They did not rush to attack because they knew their prey was completely exhausted and had no way out. Hyenas are the most cunning, opportunistic predators of the savanna. They moved with a cold confidence, their dull gray eyes fixed on the trembling lion cub. The mud and dried blood on Keto's fur showed he had undergone a long escape. For the hyena pack, a lost lion cub was not just a nutritious meal, but also an opportunity to eliminate a future enemy of their species. Kofi stood frozen in the middle of the room, his heart pounding. A rigid rule appeared in his mind: never interfere with the cycle of nature. That was the first lesson for every conservationist. If he saved this lion, he was taking away food from the hyena pack. If he kept it, the human scent would cling to its fur, and there was a chance the mother lion would reject the cub forever. But looking through the glass, the lion cub once again pressed its front legs against the door, its head tilted to one side, as if to ask, "Why do you not open the door?" On the porch, the alpha hyena began to emit its characteristic cackling laugh, a weird sound that could make even the bravest people shudder. It stepped onto the first wooden step of the porch, its nose turned up to sniff. The scent of the lion cub and the scent of the human began to blend. The presence of Kofi initially made them hesitate, but hunger and the target in front of them seemed to be overriding their fear of humans. Kofi knew that if he was late by just a few seconds, the 1,000-pound jaws of the hyenas would crush that tiny life right on his doorstep. In that moment, the image of his own loss rose up. He had not been able to save his wife from the terminal illness, but today, right here, there was a life he could save. Without further hesitation, Kofi rushed to the door bolt. The clatter of the iron lock sounded dry. He opened the door slightly, just enough for a small body to fit through. Keto did not wait a second. He darted inside, rolling across the wooden floor. Just as the door slammed shut, the alpha hyena lunged forward, its nose hitting the main glass door hard. It stood there, looking through the glass with eyes full of resentment. Kofi grabbed a heavy wooden stick, stood close to the door, and shouted loudly with power. The determination of the human made the hyenas step back, but they did not leave. They spread out, lying right in the station yard, their gaze patient and cold. They decided to wait because they knew no one could stay inside forever. Inside the station, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Keto, after escaping death by a hair, huddled in the darkest corner under the wooden table. The lion cub gasped for air, his tiny chest heaving repeatedly, his eyes still shocked as he stared at the glass door. Kofi stood with his back against the door, his chest pounding just as hard. He could feel the cold from the glass passing through his back, and right behind it, separated by only a thin layer of material, was the breath reeking of blood and the death of the hyena pack. Kofi looked down at the floor where the mud tracks from Keto's paws were still clear. He knew he had just performed an action that went against every ranger training session he had ever attended. "I am sorry," he whispered, not clear if he was talking to the hyenas outside or to the rule of the savannah he had just broken. In the yard, the hyenas began to line up. The leader, one with a long scar running down its face, walked slowly and defiantly. It did not roar, but the sound of its claws scratching lightly on the wooden porch created grating noises, like a reminder that they were still there and they had plenty of patience. Kofi understood the spotted hyena species very well. They were not only strong, but also extremely clever. They knew he was a human, the kind of creature they usually avoided, but the scent of a lost lion cub was too great a temptation, a reward enough for them to accept the risk. A normal day on the savannah is like that. The boundary between predator and prey is sometimes as thin as a door. Kofi decided he had to do something to assert control over his territory. He took a long wooden stick, opened the upper window slightly, and shouted in the deep, hoarse voice of a man who had spent half his life in the wild. The shout echoed into the silent space, causing the hyenas to startle and move back a few steps. However, that fear only lasted for a moment. The leader stopped, looked up at the window, bared its jagged teeth, and let out a long cackle as if mocking him. Then, instead of running away, they lay down right in the middle of the yard under the shade of an old acacia tree. They took advantage of the shade to rest, but their eyes never left the station. It was a battle of wits and patience. Returning to the small guest in the house, Kofi realized Keto was starting to shake from cold and shock. He moved extremely slowly, trying not to make any sudden movements to avoid scaring the animal further. He took an old bowl, filled it with clean water, and slid it gently toward the underside of the table. Keto growled softly, a youthful sound but still carrying the hint of a future king. Kofi smiled sadly. He remembered the days of taking care of his wife on her sickbed. At that time, he had also cared for her with silence and persistence like this. The wooden house, which was originally cold and full of ghosts from the past, was now suddenly filled with a strange vitality. A silent connection was forming between the man who lost everything and the small lion standing on the brink of life and death. Kofi sat on the chair opposite, at a safe distance from Keto, and began to write in his notebook. He wrote about Keto's eyes, about the persistence of the hyenas, and about the strange feeling when he realized that in this house, both were victims besieged by pain and fear. Time passed. The afternoon sun began to creep through the door cracks, gilding the room, preparing for an event that neither man nor beast expected. As the sun began to set behind the acacia trees, the pale yellow light of the savannah was gradually replaced by faint shadows. In the station, the space became dim. Kofi stood up, feeling his legs numb after hours of sitting still. He needed light to continue his night shift and to dispel the gloomy feeling surrounding him. By habit, he went to the small kitchen shelf to get the oil lamp. a precious memento that his late wife always meticulously cared for when she was alive. Hunger and fatigue, after a stressful day, made Kofi's hands tremble slightly. While trying to turn the wick and strike a light, a weird laugh from the hyenas echoed right against the wooden wall, making him startled. The oil lamp slipped from his hand, falling onto the dry wooden floor. The sound of glass shattering was like a bucket of cold water hitting the silence. The fire from the wick quickly caught the spilled kerosene, then licked onto the dry grass rug decorating the wall, a handmade gift his wife had woven herself. The fire flared up violently, devouring the dry grass and beginning to climb the wooden walls of the station. Gray smoke began to billow, curling under the high ceiling before collapsing down like a pitch-black curtain. Kofi panicked and rushed into the kitchen corner, grabbing a large blanket to smother the fire. He frantically beat at the flames, hoping to control them before it was too late. But toxic smoke quickly filled the room, making his eyes sting and his chest ache. In the chaos, Kofi did not realize that the smoke had covered the only exit at the main door, and he was cornered in the kitchen. Amidst the sound of crackling fire and Kofi's coughing, Keto, the small lion who was trembling under the table, suddenly acted. The instinct of a big cat made him recognize the danger from smoke and fire sooner than anyone. Instead of finding a way to hide deeper in the darkness, Keto rushed out from under the table. He jumped onto the wooden chair, then launched himself toward Kofi. With unexpected strength for a small body, Keto scratched hard at Kofi's thick leather boots. The sharp claws pierced through the leather, making him startle in pain. Keto did not stop there. The lion cub emitted deep, urgent growls, while simultaneously using his head to push hard against Kofi's knees, trying to push him toward the remaining gap in the smokescreen. The determined urge of the animal was like an electric current running down his spine, helping Kofi wake up from the daze caused by lack of oxygen. He looked down into Keto's amber eyes and saw in them no more pleading, but a stern warning. Thanks to Keto's guidance, Kofi realized he only had a few seconds before being completely surrounded by fire. He held back his cough, grabbed the mini fire extinguisher hanging nearby, something he had completely forgotten in his panic. SSS. The white foam sprayed out, covering the fire on the wall and the grass rug. After a few breathless minutes, the fire was extinguished, leaving only clouds of white smoke and the burnt smell of kerosene. Kofi collapsed on the floor, breathing in the remaining air. Beside him, Keto also lay down, his pale yellow fur covered in ash dust, but his eyes never left the man. Kofi reached out his trembling hand to lightly touch the lion cub's head. This time, Keto did not dodge or growl. An invisible understanding had been established. In the wooden house that almost became a furnace, a man and a wild beast had saved each other's lives in the simplest and purest way. Outside, darkness had completely taken over, and the roar of a true queen began to echo from afar. When the white smoke from the fire began to dissipate, returning a haunting silence to the room, a new sound rose from the savannah. It was not the piercing laugh of a hyena, nor the wind blowing through the acacia trees. It was a roar, a sequence of deep, powerful sounds carrying the weight of a true king. The roar shook the window glass that had just cooled down, making the ground vibrate under the station. In the yard, the reaction of the hyena pack changed immediately. The opportunistic predators, who were usually patient and arrogant, suddenly became chaotic. The alpha hyena bristled its neck fur, its ears turning toward the bushes. In just a few seconds, the silhouette of the queen, a massive lioness with rippling muscles, appeared from the shadows of the acacia trees. The mother's eyes glowed like two torches, containing a fury that could crush anyone who dared touch her cub. Without needing a fight, the hyena pack immediately scattered. They slunk away into the night like ghosts banished by light. Inside the house, Keto froze when he heard his mother's call. The lion cub stood up, ears pricked, emitting small but hurried cries. Kofi understood that the moment of parting had come. He took a deep breath, suppressing the emotion rising in his chest, then slowly walked to the main door. When the door opened, the night wind of the savannah rushed in, cool and carrying the scent of wild grass. The mother lion stood about 10 meters from the porch, majestic and silent. Keto rushed out the door, his short legs running fast on the ground to reach his mother. The lioness leaned down, using her rough tongue to lick the ash-covered fur of her cub, checking every scratch with the tenderness of a mother. Then she raised her head. In a moment that seemed eternal, the eyes of the mother lion and Kofi met. It was a sharp, piercing look, but there was no hatred. In those eyes, Kofi read a silent recognition, a respect between two species that had happened to save each other's lives on a normal day. The mother lion gave a slight nod of her head, a gesture of authority, then turned her back to lead Keto away into the deep green wilderness. The wooden house returned to its inherent silence, but it no longer felt as lonely as before. Kofi returned to his desk, the flashlight illuminating the unfinished diary page. He looked at the photo of his late wife, smiling as if he had just told her an unbelievable story. He took his pen and wrote the final lines for today. Today is a normal day. The sun still rises, hyenas still hunt, and the cycle of nature never stops. But I have learned a precious thing. Even when there are no storms or great adversities, kindness can still shift the wild world. We open a door to save a soul, and sometimes that soul opens the door to lead our spirit out of darkness. Kofi closed the notebook. Outside, the Serengeti savanna still rustled under the moonlight. He knew that from now on, whenever he heard a roar from the border of the reserve, he would no longer feel lonely. Because he knew that somewhere among the tall grass, there was a small friend growing up, and there was a sacred connection that would always exist between humans and the great natural world. This story reminds us that compassion has no borders, and a small act of help can bring back priceless values. If you love the story of Keto and Kofi, please press like and subscribe to watch more touching journeys from the natural world. Thank you for accompanying us. At the edge of the Serengeti Reserve, dawn does not begin with the sun, but with a symphony of silence. Thick white mist still lingers over the burnt yellow grasslands, cloaking the lonely acacia trees like ghosts of the great wilderness. In that hazy space, a steady sound echoes thud, 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 is the sound of the wooden cane of Samuel hitting the dry red earth. Samuel, at age 70, wears a faded ranger uniform, a testament to more than half a life spent guarding the soul of the savannah. At exactly 5:30 a.m., when the rest of the world is still drowsy, he begins his patrol. To him, this is not just a job, but a vow. However, Samuel does not walk alone. At the familiar bend under the ancient baobab tree, a giant of time with rough bark, two majestic figures are already waiting. They are Aki and Kibo, two young lions with golden fur shining brilliantly in the weak light of the new day. They do not roar, they do not hunt. They just sit there, patient and still like two statues carved from faith itself. As Samuel walks on, a surreal scene emerges. An old man slowly walking along the dirt path, and two of the top predators in the world strolling alongside him on the grass. Every time Samuel stops to check a wire trap or a strange footprint, Aki and Kibo also stop, ears pricked, golden eyes alertly scanning the bushes. Between them there are no chains, no iron cages, only an invisible contract signed with absolute understanding between man and wildlife. This strange bond did not originate from ancient legends, but was forged from a painful tragedy that happened only a few months ago. At that time, the savannah entered the harshest dry season in a decade. Samuel, during a late afternoon patrol, found Aki and Kibo when they were just gasping adolescents beside the body of their mother, a proud lioness who had fallen at the hands of poachers just to protect her two cubs. The image of the two small lions, formatted with red dust, tried to lick the tightly closed eyes of their mother for help haunted Samuel through many sleepless nights. Unable to watch them become prey for hyenas, Samuel risked his entire career to bring them to the isolation area next to his hut. For 3 long months after that, he became their second mother. He used his meager pension to buy every kilogram of fresh meat, personally tending to the wounds caused by stray bullets on the body of Aki. Samuel did not just heal their bodies, he soothed the fear in their souls. He taught them that not all humans carry guns and death. When the wounds healed and the hunting instinct began to rise, Samuel returned them to nature. But the hearts of those two orphans seemed to remain forever at his small hut. Because of this, the 5:30 a.m. patrol is not merely work, but the time when father and children reunite. On the red dirt road, Samuel often walks slowly, his wooden cane tapping the ground as a familiar rhythm to announce his presence. Aki and Kibo, now tall enough to reach his hip, stroll along both sides of the grass. Samuel often whispers to them in a warm voice. Today the wind from the south is blowing hard. You two must be careful with the scent of strangers. Aki, the lion with a small scar on his ear, often tilts his head as if trying to memorize every piece of advice. They never go too far from Samuel, always keeping a sufficient distance to protect him from potential dangers from other predator prides lurking in the bushes. This overly close bond raised a wave of concern from the young rangers at the main station. One morning, seeing Samuel using his thin hand to gently touch the mane of Kibo to brush away a blade of grass, the ranger captain exclaimed over the radio, "Samuel, you are playing with death." They have only been away from humans for a few months. Wild instincts are starting to flare up. A moment of hunger or a loss of control, and they will turn you into prey immediately. Those sensational warnings did not sway Samuel. He understood that what is nurtured by love in the most desperate moments will create a bond stronger than any iron cage. For Samuel, the past few months were the time he found his life most meaningful since his wife passed away. He did not look at Aki and Kibo as fierce beasts. He saw two small lives that once trembled at his feet, lives that chose to place their trust in a human amidst a savanna full of betrayal. Each parallel footstep on this red dirt road is a silent proof that compassion can domesticate even the strongest instincts, and that loyalty sometimes does not need 10 years to form. It only needs a timely moment of saving a life. The Serengeti never sleeps, but there are mornings when its silence carries a terrifying omen. At exactly 5:30 a.m., the sun had not yet risen. Only a dark purple streak stretched across the horizon. At the ancient baobab tree, Aki and Kibo had been standing there since very early. The two adolescent lions, with the fuzz around their necks just beginning to grow long and shaggy, patiently looked toward the path leading to the hut of Samuel. They turned their sensitive ears in every direction to find the familiar thud, thud, thud sound of the wooden cane. However, 5:45 passed, then 6 o'clock arrived, and the red dirt road remained strangely silent. There was no shadow of the old man in the faded uniform, no warm whispering voice to welcome the new day. Inside the small hut, a silent tragedy had occurred. Samuel, while bending down to tie his shoelaces to prepare for his patrol, was struck down by a sudden stroke. He lay there on the cold wooden floor, breath coming in gasps, blurred eyes looking toward the window where the morning light was beginning to creep in. The radio lay on the wooden table just a few inches from his reach, but now it seemed as far away as the horizon. He wanted to call for help, wanted to scream, but reality was only a painful silence. Samuel felt life slowly slipping away, and in that moment, he thought of his two children waiting for him in the early mist. At the baobab tree, the patience of the two young lions turned into extreme anxiety. Aki began to pace back and forth, his long tail lashing against his flank in tension. The instinct of the animals once saved and cared for by Samuel a few months ago rose strongly. They sensed something was wrong with the only person they trusted. For the first time since returning to the wild, they decided to break the unwritten rule. They did not wait for Samuel to come anymore, but began to run back toward the hut, the place where Samuel had told them to always keep their distance to ensure their own safety from other humans. Approaching the hut, Aki and Kibo stopped short. They caught the scent of weakness, the scent of the illness gnawing at the body of Samuel through the narrow door gap. They scratched lightly at the wooden wall with claws, not yet fully grown, but full of worry, making high and somber piep sounds. But in response was only the terrifying silence from inside. At the same time, the opportunists of the savannah had begun to sniff the presence of death. A pack of hungry hyenas, with haunting laughs, began to gather in the shadows of the bushes around the hut. They sensed the protection of the human had disappeared and were waiting for the moment to attack the unguarded hut. Seeing the hyenas gradually surrounding them, Aki and Kibo stood blocking the entrance. Although their bodies had not reached the magnitude of a king, their eyes burned with the determination to protect their benefactor. Aki faced the main ranger station 5 kilometers away. He used all his strength to roar, a roar that still carried a bit of the tone, not yet deep enough of an adult male lion, but carried all the despair and most intense loyalty. Kibo also joined his voice with his brother, creating a strange sound, echoing across the Serengeti like a plea sent to anyone who could hear. That sound tore through the mist, reaching the ears of the rangers on duty at the station through acoustic monitoring devices, making them jump up in horror. They realized it was the sound coming from the area of Samuel, the place where time seemed to have stopped this morning. At the main ranger station, the roar of Aki and Kibo echoed through the monitoring system like a death knell. That is the sound of the 2 lions of Samuel, a young ranger shouted while looking at the positioning map. They are right at the hut, and that roar, it is not normal. Something very bad has happened. In just a few minutes, 2 specialized jeeps sped away, red dust swirling behind as they headed toward the management area of Samuel at maximum speed. Meanwhile, at the hut, an unequal battle was taking place in silence. The hyena pack, numbering more than 10, was gradually tightening the circle. They were cunning predators. They realized Aki and Kibo were still immature lions, and more importantly, they sensed the helplessness of the human inside the hut. The hyenas bared their teeth, making eerie, giggling sounds, advancing step by step. Aki and Kibo stood pressed against the hut door, hair on their backs, standing up, eyes never leaving the enemy. Despite trembling with fear before the overwhelming numbers, the 2 young lions did not retreat. They growled, using their still slender legs to scratch the ground hard, ready to fight to the death to protect the father lying motionless behind the thin wooden door. When the jeeps arrived, the powerful headlights swept through the mist, revealing a scene that made everyone present go silent. They saw the hyena pack scattering before the power of the engines. But what amazed them most were Aki and Kibo. The 2 beasts did not run away when they saw the human vehicles approaching as their instinct would dictate. Instead, they stood their ground, looking at the rangers with eyes full of entreaty. A ranger started to raise a tranquilizer gun, but the captain pushed his hand down. "Look," he whispered, "they're not attacking. They're holding the spot." Samuel was found in a deep coma, pulse weak, but there was still hope. When the medical team brought him out on a stretcher, Aki and Kibo stepped back a few paces, keeping a respectful distance, but their eyes never left Samuel for even a second. When the sound of the rescue helicopter engine echoed in the sky, blowing up dust and dry grass, the 2 young lions huddled against the baobab tree, their bodies shaking at the massive sound, but they resolutely did not leave. They stood there, watching the helicopter lift gradually, carrying away the only person who had loved them in this cruel savannah. The helicopter faded behind the cloud layers of the Serengeti, leaving a vast and quiet space. The remaining rangers stood there, looking at the 2 adolescent lions sitting quietly beside the empty hut. There were no more warnings about death, no more doubts about killing instincts. In their eyes now, Aki and Kibo were not beasts, but the most loyal night watchman Samuel ever had. The days that followed, the savannah seemed sadder. Every morning at exactly 5:30, people still saw 2 small figures standing waiting at the old bend, under the baobab, looking toward the empty road with a persistent faith that then the man with the wooden cane would return. Aki and Kibo had proven to the whole ranger station that the kindness from a few months ago had been engraved into their flesh and blood, And the loyalty of animals is sometimes purer and more steadfast than anything humans can imagine. 3 months passed like a century for those remaining at the ranger station. Samuel survived the stroke, but the price to pay was not small. He could no longer walk as steadily as before. His left hand still trembled, and the leisurely steps on the red dirt road were now only memories. In the rehabilitation room in the city, Samuel often looked at the photos his colleagues sent. Photos of Aki and Kibo still regularly appearing at the baobab tree every morning, their bodies growing fast, their fur starting to turn a darker shade. He knew he had to return, not for work, but because there were 2 souls waiting for him to start a new chapter of life. The day Samuel returned to the reserve, the Serengeti sky was unusually clear blue. He no longer wore the old uniform, but sat on an open-top Jeep specially designed so he could drive himself with his right hand. His legs were weak. He could no longer hold a cane to walk on patrol, but his soul still burned with the fire of the savannah. As the car rolled slowly on the red dirt road at exactly 5:30 a.m., Samuel felt his heart beating fast like the first time he saved the 2 lion cubs from that fateful deep pit. At the familiar bend under the baobab tree, Aki and Kibo were standing there. Now, they were no longer skinny adolescent lions. They had begun to look like future kings with broad shoulders and eyes full of authority. When the Jeep engine's sound echoed, Aki froze, his ears turning sharply toward the sound. He recognized the scent of Samuel, recognized the rhythm of life he had waited for through so many long nights. Samuel stopped the car a short distance away. He did not step down, but he smiled, tears rolling down the crow feet at the corners of his eyes. "I am back. My children," he whispered through the early breeze. Aki approached the car first. He walked slowly, without a hint of aggression. He stood right next to the car door, where Samuel was reaching out his trembling hand. Instead of pouncing or growling, the giant beast gently rubbed his heavy head against the arm of Samuel, an extremely rare and sacred gesture in male lions. Kibo also approached. He lay down right next to the car wheels, as if to say that from now on, he would be the steady launch pad for the next journeys of the old father. The young rangers watching from afar through binoculars held their breath completely. They witnessed a moment that no biology textbook could describe, the surrender of instinct before gratitude. Since that day, the early morning patrol has taken a new form. Samuel no longer walks, but the red dirt road still bears the marks of Jeep tires moving slowly and giant lion footprints walking alongside on both sides. Aki and Kibo are no longer children in need of protection. They have become true guardians, protecting the car of Samuel from every danger of the great savannah. The story of the old ranger in the Jeep and his 2 loyal kings has become a living legend of the Serengeti, reminding us that faith is not broken by illness or time. It only transforms from one form into a more enduring one. Loyalty does not need long steps. It only needs 2 souls deciding never to leave each other. In the green heart of the Central African jungle, where ancient trees intertwine like aged witnesses of time, a deadly silence prevails. Sarah, a female ranger with eyes burning with conservation ideals, is kneeling on the damp ground. Her breath is heavy, her hands locked behind her neck in a posture of helpless surrender. But if one looks closely into those eyes, they would see a pain greater than death, the collapse of an absolute belief. Standing before her is not a strange poacher with a rugged face, but Jack, the seasoned captain who once held her hand through her first steps in the ranger profession. The rifle in Jack's hands does not tremble. It is cold and precise, just as he once taught her to aim at practice targets. Now, that muzzle is pointed straight at her heart. Sarah is terrified, not because of the gun, but because she realizes that the colleague she respected most is the dark link in the international animal trafficking ring she has been investigating. This betrayal cuts as deep as a wound to the soul. Around them, the darkness of the old forest seems to thicken, and flickering behind giant ferns, the deep, powerful eyes of Karoo, the silverback gorilla, are quietly watching. A tragedy between humans has begun, right under the gaze of the god of the green forest. Jack does not pull the trigger immediately. The sound of him chambering around is dry, echoing through the space before vanishing among the dense canopy. He sighs softly, a sigh carrying the exhaustion of a man who gave up his soul long ago. He lowers the muzzle slightly, but his gaze never leaves Sarah. "I do not want to do this, Sarah," Jack begins, his voice deep and frighteningly persuasive. "You are a good ranger, perhaps the best I ever trained. But you are too naive. You look at this forest as a cathedral, but me? I see poverty and the hollow promises of the government." Sarah looks up, her lips trembling with suppressed anger. "So you sell it out? You sell out Karoo, the animal you once called the symbol of freedom?" Jack laughs faintly, taking a step closer, his tall boots crushing young sprouts underfoot. He offers a deal he calls the only way out. The poachers do not want a dead gorilla. They want Karoo alive. A private zoo abroad has offered millions of dollars for the king of the jungle. But there is a problem. Karoo is too smart and too strong. High doses of tranquilizers could stop the heart of an old beast like him. And the poachers do not want to lose a cent if the cargo is damaged. "They need you." "Sarah," Jack whispers, full of temptation. "You're the only one Karoo trusts. He sees you as a friend, a part of the troop. Just help us lure him into the transport cage without violence, and you will have enough money to leave this place. You can save your family, even build another sanctuary if you wish." He begins to manipulate her empathy by focusing on the decay of the system. Jack tells stories of other colleagues struggling with starvation wages, of children without medicine, while high-ranking officials enjoy the funds meant for the forest. He deliberately turns his criminal act into a revolution for survival. This money will help the rangers have a better life. We only sacrifice one animal to save dozens of people. It is a simple economic calculation. "Sarah." The pressure from Jack weighs on Sarah's chest like a boulder. She feels disgusted by how he uses kindness to justify betrayal. Jack stands there, gun in one hand, the other extended as if inviting her toward the light. But Sarah only sees a black abyss. She knows that if she nods, Karoo will be caged for the rest of his life, and the soul of this forest will die forever. Jack checks his watch, his patience thinning. "Do not make me choose a worse way. Think carefully, Sarah. One call from you could save all our lives, or one bullet from me will end everything right here." While Jack is absorbed in his arguments, Sarah feels a cold chill run down her spine. Behind the dark bushes, the massive shadow of Karoo remains as still as a rock. He is listening, and perhaps he is waiting for a signal. The atmosphere in the forest seems to thicken under the heat of the threats. Jack stands there, arrogant with the gun in his hand and his fallacious arguments about money. The poachers behind him grow impatient, whispering and clutching steel cables and heavy iron cages. To them, Sarah is just a tool, and Karoo is a walking pile of cash. They do not realize that, in the world of the deep jungle, the one holding the weapon is not necessarily the one who holds the power over life and death. Sarah kneels there, head bowed, but her mind is working at high speed. She realizes Jack has fallen so deep into ambition that he has forgotten the most basic survival instinct of a ranger: sensitivity to the changes of a jungle. She takes a deep breath, feeling the scent of decaying leaves and the specific moisture signaling an approaching rage. Karoo is not just an animal. He is the friend who shared the quietest moments of the wild with her. Taking advantage of the moment, Jack turns to signal his accomplices to step back and give her space to work. Sarah closes her eyes. She does not use words, but a more ancient language. From her chest comes a series of low, guttural sounds, a deep hoot combined with a soft tapping on the ground. The danger and counterattack signal she and Karoo accidentally established through years of observing each other. Immediately, a world-shaking crack echoes. From behind the ancient tree, a massive mass of dark muscle lunges out like a cannonball. Karoo does not run away.
Keep moving.
He charges straight at the poachers with an incredible speed for his bulky body. A roar tears through the air, not a roar of fear, but the roar of a king executing justice on his territory. Chaos erupts in an instant. The poachers, despite having guns, are completely disoriented by the sudden and fierce attack of a silverback gorilla weighing nearly 200 kilograms. Karu uses his immense strength to toss a man holding a net, sending him flying meters away into thorn bushes. While Jack is stunned by the powerful gust of wind from Karu's charge, Sarah is as fast as a leopard. She spins, using all her strength to kick the gun out of Jack's hand. A breathtaking chase begins under the dense canopy. Sarah does not run toward the trail, where the poachers could easily shoot her down. She lures them deep into the core zone, where roots intertwine like spider webs and swamps are ready to swallow any stranger. Jack roars in madness, grabbing another handgun and chasing with his gang. Sharp gunshots ring out, tearing through green leaves, but the jungle seems to be protecting Sarah. Hanging branches obscure the vision of the enemies, and Karu appears and disappears like a ghost, constantly launching ambushes from both sides, causing the poacher formation to crumble. In this battle, modern technology and weapons become useless against the knowledge of the terrain and primal strength. Sarah runs while signaling to Karu, both coordinating perfectly like a single enemy. She knows that this is not just an escape, but a purification by the green forest against those who betrayed the oath to protect it. The chase leads them to a steep cliff, where a waterfall plunges into the deep valley below with a resounding roar. This is the dead end. Sarah stands at the edge, her breath ragged, sweat mixed with blood from scratches caused by branches. Behind her, Karu is growling, his black fur standing on end, shielding her from the approaching gun barrels. Jack emerges from the mist of the jungle, his face distorted with anger and despair. He has lost everything: honor, comrades, and the self-respect of a ranger. Beside Jack is the lead poacher, a man with snake-like eyes and a modern sniper rifle. He no longer has the patience to catch Karu alive. Enough, he screams, drowning out the sound of the waterfall. If there is no live beast, I will take its bile and paws. As for this girl, she knows too much. He slowly raises the gun, the black muzzle aimed straight at Sarah's chest, she who is standing as a shield for Karu's heart. In that fatal moment, a strange silence envelopes Jack. He sees Sarah, the young colleague with steady eyes, unafraid of death. He sees Karu, the creature he spent half his life protecting before greed blinded him. Memories of his first days in the profession, of the oath under the forest conservation flag, suddenly rush back like a flood. He realizes that no matter how rich he becomes, he can never buy back the peace of soul that Sarah possesses right now. "Do not shoot," Jack screams, but the leader has already placed his finger on the trigger. A loud blast tears through the humid air. But the one who falls is not Sarah. In a final instinctive moment, Jack lunged forward, using his large body to shield her. The bullet pierces his shoulder, dark red blood splatters, staining his old ranger uniform. Jack collapses into the mud, his eyes looking at Sarah one last time, containing an unspoken apology. Jack's sacrifice is the spark for the final wrath of the jungle. Karu, witnessing the enemy fire, no longer holds any mercy. With an extraordinary leap, he lunges straight at the lead poacher before the man can chamber a second round. The strength of the Jungle King descends like a meteorite. The leader is thrown over the edge of the cliff, his screams lost in the violent roar of the waterfall. The remaining men, terrified by the spiritual and physical power of Karu, drop their weapons and run headlong into the deep forest, where the justice of nature waits for them in every dark corner. Sarah drops to her knees beside Jack. She lifts his head, tears falling on the dust-covered face of her mentor. Jack whispers, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "The forest? It is still green, right, Sarah?" She nods through her sobs. Jack closes his eyes, his breath fading amidst the rustling leaves like a lullaby from the wilderness. He died as a traitor, but managed to leave as a ranger. Justice has been served, but its price is a scar that will never heal in the heart of the survivor. As the last rays of the dying day pierce through the thick mist, painting the valley in gold, a strange and peaceful stillness returns to the sanctuary. Jack's body has been taken away by the reinforcement team, leaving a quiet void at the cliff. Sarah stands there between the boundary of life and death, of goodness and betrayal. She feels her soul has just passed through a great storm, shattered but becoming painfully clear. Karu does not leave immediately. The giant gorilla stands a few meters away, shedding the ferocity of a warrior to return to being a silent old friend. He looks at Sarah with deep amber eyes, as if he understands everything she just went through. In the world of wildlife, there is no deception, no vain ambitions. There is only survival and loyalty. Karu approaches, gently touching his large, rough hand to Sarah's shoulder, a clumsy gesture of comfort that carries immense healing power. We often talk about protecting nature as a noble duty, but sometimes we forget that nature itself is protecting the remaining human part within each of us. Jack lost his way because he let greed overshadow his reason. But in his final moment, the breath of the jungle woke the conscience within him. His death is a tragedy, but also a redemption, a reminder that it is never too late to do the right thing. The sanctuary now carries a new name in Sarah's heart, the place of second chances. She decides to stay, continuing her work with a heart that is more calloused but also stronger. Every morning, when the early dew still rests on the leaves, she sees Karu standing on the hilltop, looking toward the ranger station. His presence is proof that love and respect can build a solid bridge between two worlds. This story is not just about a gorilla rescue, but about the rescue of the human soul itself. We live in a world where everything is priced, where greed can turn friend into foe in the blink of an eye. But the green forest remains there, silent and forgiving, reminding us of values that cannot be bought with money. It is integrity, it is compassion for our own kind, and it is the responsibility towards smaller creatures that need protection. If the story of Sarah and Karu touched a corner of your heart, please leave a comment below. We cannot change the whole world in one day, but we can start by changing how we view nature and those who quietly protect it. Do not forget to subscribe to accompany us on future emotional journeys, where faith in humanity and the magic of nature are always lit. Remember, the forest is not just trees, the forest is breath. And protecting the forest is protecting your own breath. Thank you for listening, and see you in the next stories. The heat in Savannah is not just a number on a thermometer. It is a tangible entity, fiery and oppressive. At high noon, the sun acts like a radiant crown, scorching everything below. From the arid ground, waves of heat rise, twisting space into blurry mirages that make the horizon look like a boiling lake. In that suffocating silence, the lions, the proudest rulers of the grassland, must also bow in submission. They lie motionless under the thin shade of acacia trees, their breathing heavy and interrupted, as if all life has been frozen by the intensity of the light. But amidst that paralysis, Coco is an exception. The lion cub with pale yellow fur has not yet surrendered to sleepiness. The amber eyes of Coco are fixed on a mistake in this stillness, a brilliant golden butterfly. It is untiring, fluttering defiantly right in front of his nose. Its fragile wings shimmer as if plated with pure gold leaf. To Coco, this is not just a creature. It is an invitation to step into an adventure. Coco begins to move, his short and clumsy footsteps trying not to make a sound on the ground. The slight crack of dry grass under his paws is the only sound breaking the steady breathing of the pride. Absorbed in chasing the glittering target, Coco gradually moves away from the protection of his family. He heads deep into the border zone, where the grassland gives way to the dense, ancient trunks of the deep forest. The white sunlight of noon is gradually replaced by deep and melancholic patches of darkness. Coco is no longer a little prince on the steppe. He is now just a tiny yellow speck lost in a maze full of threatening shadows. The atmosphere suddenly changes. The playful melodies of the chase are gone, replaced by a silence of a different color. The golden butterfly, The only compass for Coco suddenly soars high and vanishes into the dense canopy above. Coco stops short. His small ears twitch as he realizes the silence at the forest edge is not peaceful like under the acacia tree of his mother. It is a silence of calculation and waiting. The heat of the ground no longer feels like the worst thing, but rather a cold current of electricity running down the spine of the little lion. From the ocean of withered yellow grass, two gray shadows slowly emerge. They do not walk with dignity, but move in a low slink, smooth like ghosts melting into the terrain. They are two hyenas from the long, eerie gang, those known as the slimy terror of the savannah. Their fur is matted, stained with patches of mud, and their dull yellow eyes reflect the sun with a look of frantic greed. They are not in a hurry. With the instinct of professional scavengers, they know their prey is falling into a trap with no escape. They split up, performing a perfect pincer movement, a hunting tactic honed through thousands of dry seasons. Coco begins to back away, his tiny chest heaving with rapid breaths. He looks around, hoping to find the majestic figure of his father or the gentle protection of his mother. But around him are only silent and indifferent ancient trees. A hyena begins to emit the characteristic sound of the species, a dry, rhythmic cackle echoing through the hollows of old trees. In the minds of grassland dwellers, this laughter does not bring joy. It is the sound of chaos and death. It feels like shards of glass cutting through the heavy noon air. Coco tries to gather all his strength to find his voice. He opens his throat wide, trying to emit a roar that could shake the ground like his father often does. However, the sound that comes out is only a high-pitched and broken mew, full of trembling. It is the cry of a child realizing for the first time that this world consists of more than just golden sunshine and games, but also the cruelty of the law of survival. The lead hyena lowers its center of gravity, its eyes locked onto the throat of Coco. The lean muscles under its dirty skin tense up, preparing for a finishing leap. The distance between life and death is now measured in mere seconds. The tension reaches its peak as a hyena bears a jagged set of teeth with drops of saliva falling onto the burning ground, ready to end the life of the poor little prince. Just as the first hyena launches itself off the ground, a massive black shadow abruptly detaches from an old acacia tree. It does not move in the stalking manner of steppe predators. It steps out with absolute composure, as if it is the master of the flow of time itself. Kong reveals himself. The massive frame of this giant immediately obscures the noon sun burning on the back of Coco, covering the little lion in a shade that is strangely cool and safe. Kong is in no rush to strike. He stands there, towering like a fortress of obsidian in the heart of the savannah. The noon sun shines on his massive shoulders with silver fur shimmering like a protective suit. The presence of Kong creates a massive visual shock. It is an entity that should not belong to this land of sun and dust. A giant from the jungle, bringing the breath of green leaves and the power of thousand-year-old mysteries. The two hyenas in mid-charge suddenly stop clumsily, their claws scraping the dry ground to try and break. Their aggression vanishes in an instant, replaced by pure horror. They have never faced a creature possessing shoulders so wide and arms as powerful as ironwood trunks. Kong remains silent, his deep brown eyes locked onto the two scavengers, a gaze containing no anger but supreme judgment. While the hyenas are still stunned, Kong decides to act. He reaches out his giant arms, his fists black and hard like boulders slamming violently onto the ground. A heavy thud echoes, not only creating a vibration that shakes the roots of the old acacia trees, but also pushing out a blast of air pressure that sends dust flying. Immediately after, Kong tilts his head back and lets out a roar that rips through the noon silence. It is not the roar of a big cat, but a sequence of resonant sounds, majestic and stern, like thunder rolling across a cloudless blue sky. That roar is like a declaration of an inviolable boundary. Faced with the overwhelming power of the king of the jungle, The survival instinct of the hyenas rises stronger than ever. They no longer care about a fatty lunch, nor the honor of predators. They tuck their tails, emit pathetic whimpering sounds, and flee headlong toward the horizon, disappearing into the blurry mirages of heat. Their flight is so fast, it leaves only faint trails of dust. On the battlefield now, only the newly restored silence remains. Kong stands there, his breathing gentle yet powerful, his eyes beginning to shift from the fugitives down to the tiny creature trembling at his feet. As the last clouds of dust from the flight of the hyenas settle, a stillness envelopes the space. The hot noon wind brushes through the acacia leaves, creating rustling sounds like whispers of the great forest. Coco still stands there, pressed against the rough tree bark, his small legs not yet finished trembling. He looks up at the giant who just saved his life, his amber eyes filled with a mixture of amazement and fear. In the world of Coco, large beings usually come with danger, but the creature standing before him radiates a very different energy, a solid protection like a mountain. Kong moves slowly. To avoid scaring the cub, the giant slowly lowers his massive body, sitting down on his haunches until his deep brown eyes are level with Coco. The distance between the peak of the jungle and the future king of the grassland is now only a few inches. Kong looks down at the dry ground, right at the feet of Coco. There, the golden butterfly, the source of this arduous adventure, lies motionless. It has a crushed wing due to the pouncing and the chaos just now. With incredible dexterity compared to his rough hands, Kong reaches out his black fingers, picking up the tattered butterfly as gently as if he is cradling a fragile treasure. Kong looks at the butterfly for a moment, then looks at Coco. In that moment, an intersection of two souls takes place without the need for a roar or a word. Coco seems to understand that this giant not only saved him from the hyenas, but is also teaching him a lesson about the fragility of beauty and the gravity of power. And then, the most precious detail happens. Kong slowly extends his index finger. The tip of his finger, which is callous and bears the marks of thousands of climbs, touches lightly in the middle of the forehead of Coco. That touch carries the coolness from the skin of a creature living in the refreshing shade of the deep forest, immediately soothing the stifling noon heat of the savanna on the fur of Coco. More importantly, it calms the storm swirling within the heart of the little lion. That destined touch is not just an act of comfort. It is the transmission of courage. The gaze of Kong seems to convey a wordless message. Grow up strong, little one. This world is full of brilliant butterflies, but also lacks no night hunters. Learn to protect yourself and protect those weaker than you. Coco stopped trembling. He feels a new wave of strength flowing through his veins. Fear has vanished, replaced by deep respect and an invisible but strong connection with the guardian of the jungle. After that sacred moment, Kong slowly stands up. His massive body towers high once again, but this time his shadow no longer brings a threat, but acts like a protective shield. The giant extends his long arm, pointing toward the distant horizon where noon sunbeams dance on the acacia trees of the vast steppe. In that direction, in the hot wind carrying the scent of dry grass, Coco has begun to smell the familiar scent of the pride, the scent of his mother, the scent of safety and life. Kong does not go along. He stands still in place, his quiet eyes watching as if to ensure the child of the grassland finds the way back. Coco understands that this encounter has reached its end. He begins to walk, his legs a bit hesitant at first, but then becoming more steady. He no longer runs around chasing butterflies mindlessly. Every step of Coco now carries a strange composure. Amidst the noon heat that is still stifling, Coco runs back toward the steppe. From afar, the call of the mother lion rises, both worried and angry, piercing the quiet air. Coco stops at the boundary between the shade of the deep forest and the light of the grassland. He turns his head back one last time. Under the old acacia tree, where the dramatic confrontation just took place, Kong has vanished. The giant has quietly retreated into the cool darkness of the deep woods, as if he never existed, like a daytime dream that only Coco witnessed. When Coco reaches the pride, he sees his mother frantically running toward him. He nuzzles into the warm fur of his mother, listening to her heartbeat and feeling her loving lick on his head. The pride continues their noon nap under the shade, seemingly unaware of the life and death battle the smallest member just endured. Coco lies down, curling up next to his mother, but his eyes remain wide open, looking toward the distant forest edge. In those eyes, the pure innocence of a lion cub has been lost forever, replaced by a new spark, the spark of maturity and understanding. Coco will grow up, will become a great king of the savannah, but he will never forget the cold touch on his forehead and the deep brown eyes of the jungle giant. He understands that true strength does not lie in sharp jaws, but in compassion and the protection offered to the weak. The final image that remains is the small silhouette of Coco falling into a peaceful sleep, while far away, a new golden butterfly, or perhaps the spirit of the old one, begins to flap its wings high, vanishing into the deep blue sky of Africa. Sometimes, the greatest strength is found in the quietest shadows. If the journey of Coco reminds you that there is always a protector standing behind the weak, please leave a golden heart in the comments. Do not forget to subscribe to follow more stories about the magical connections in the wild world. Be the strength that someone needs today. Sunset falls over the Serengeti plains, dyeing the solitary acacia trees red and turning the scorched, dry grasslands into a brilliant sea of gold. In that vast space, the old Land Rover belonging to Amanda rolls slowly, the engine idling steadily like the only human heartbeat in this wild land. As a young veterinarian, Amanda is used to the silence, but this afternoon, the atmosphere seems to carry a strange weight. She has just finished a long, exhausting day with animal emergencies, and her tired eyes only want to find a way back to the guard station to rest. Suddenly, a majestic figure appears in the middle of the trail. Amanda hits the brakes, and her heart tightens slightly. It is Mara, the famous solitary lioness with haunting amber eyes. Instead of growling or hiding as per usual instinct, Mara approaches the vehicle with a terrifying calmness. In her sharp teeth is not prey, but a battered professional camera, covered in mud and deep scratches. With a slow gesture, as if performing a ritual, Mara drops the camera onto the dust right by the tires. Before turning to disappear into the golden mist of the late afternoon, the beast stops and turns her head to look directly into the eyes of Amanda. That gaze contains no threat, but rather a silent entrustment, a plea for help from the soul of the savannah. When Amanda tremblingly picks up the device, she is stunned to see the faded text on the strap. David, the name of the talented photographer who went missing mysteriously 2 weeks ago. A cold chill runs down her spine. The search for David had ended in a stalemate, but it seems nature has just handed her the key to unlock a truth more horrific than that. Returning to the isolated wooden hut at guard station number 7, Amanda locks the door tight. The flickering oil lamp casts long, wavering shadows on the bamboo walls, as if the entire forest outside is also holding its breath to watch her every move. She carefully uses tweezers to remove the dried mud clinging to the memory card slot of the camera. The sturdy magnesium alloy shell has protected the soul of this device from sharp teeth and the harshness of the weather. When a light click sounds as the memory card fits into the computer, the heart of Amanda beats wildly like a war drum. The laptop screen displays hundreds of photo folders. Initially, there are magnificent moments of nature, wildebeests crossing the river, misty mountains in the early morning. But as she scrolls down to the final files, the face of Amanda turns white. The photos are no longer art. They are evidence of crime. Under the silver moonlight, heavy trucks appear clearly, loaded with white ivory tusks and leopard skins still stained with blood. She tremblingly clicks on a short video file titled Night_check. The footage shakes violently, showing the person filming is hiding behind an acacia bush. In the middle of the frame, A man wearing a ranger uniform is standing in command of the poaching group. When that person turns his face to receive a thick stack of money from the boss, Amanda almost drops the computer. It is Jack, the captain of the ranger team, the big brother she always respected, the person who once taught her that every life in the Serengeti is priceless. The voice of Jack echoes through the computer speakers, cold and sharp, completely different from his usual warm tone. Tonight's station 4 will be completely empty. Just take the shipment through the Easter Trail. Do not leave any traces, otherwise all of us will end up just like that photographer guy. That sentence is like a knife stabbing through the faith of Amanda. David did not just go missing. He was murdered to silence him for accidentally witnessing a truth that no one was supposed to know. She sits frozen in the darkness, a feeling of nausea rising. Jack is not just a traitor. He is the leader of a criminal network sucking the blood of this Savanna from the inside. Amanda looks at the camera lying on the table. Now it is no longer a simple piece of technology, it is a death sentence. If Jack knows she is holding this memory card, he will not hesitate to turn her into the next victim. Every gust of wind whistling through the leaves, every wing beat of a nocturnal bird suddenly becomes the footsteps of someone hunting her. She realizes she is no longer safe in the place she calls home. Before dawn can break, the betrayal is fully revealed. Through the security camera screen at the station gate, Amanda looks in horror as Jack stands next to her patrol car, his hand clutching the walkie-talkie. You know, she picked up the treasure from Mara. Immediately, the crackling from the walkie-talkie on the desk of Amanda sounds, but it is not the warm morning greeting like usual. It is the stern, powerful voice of Jack issuing an order over the entire reserve system. Emergency announcement to all units. Veterinarian Amanda has stolen a large amount of specialized anesthetic drugs and secret government documents to pass to international smugglers. She is currently armed and extremely dangerous. Search and arrest her immediately. Use force if the subject resists. Amanda stands still, her breath catching in her throat. In just 1 minute, Jack has turned her from a doctor who saves lives into the most wanted criminal on the Savanna. He is using the very system of justice she trusted to hunt her down. There is no time to explain, so Amanda grabs the memory card and stuffs it into her shirt pocket, carries the empty camera as a final self-defense tool, and rushes out the back door. She cannot use a car because the GPS tracking system will betray her immediately. Amanda plunges into the core zone of the Serengeti, a place known as the Dead Zone, where even the most seasoned rangers hesitate to set foot. Dark night slowly covers the Savanna once again. Amanda runs until her legs are exhausted and her breath is short. She hears the roar of engines from afar, the sound of pickup trucks churning up dust to find her. Most painful of all is the walkie-talkie chatter of colleagues who were once close. People she used to eat with, used to heal baby elephants with, who are now discussing excitedly about catching the traitor Amanda. By midnight, Amanda is cornered in a dead-end rocky alley between steep limestone cliffs. Ahead is an abyss, and behind her are high-power headlights scanning through the dry grass, getting closer than ever. Heavy footsteps on the gravel sound stealthy. Jack steps out from the shadows, his face half hidden by the backlight, leaving only eyes as cold as a reptile. He slowly draws his gun, the black barrel pointing straight at her. You originally had a very beautiful future here, Amanda, Jack says, his voice deep in the quiet space. Why did you have to be curious about things that do not belong to you? Give me the memory card, and I will give you a departure that is more gentle than that photographer guy. Amanda retreats to the rock wall, her hand gripping the old camera. She feels the coldness of death approaching, but deep in her eyes is not cowardice, but a fierce resistance against the darkness covering the Serengeti. The high-power headlights from the car of Jack scan across the cliff, framing the small figure of Amanda in a cruel circle of white light. The black muzzle of the gun of Jack is still pointed straight at her chest, and his finger is already on the trigger. A faint, contemptuous smile appears on the face of the corrupt man. You should have been an obedient veterinarian, Amanda. This Savanna does not need heroes. It needs submission. Between the line of life and death, Amanda feels a slight vibration under the soles of her feet. Not the sound of an engine, but a majestic pulse from the earth. Suddenly, a roar tears through the Serengeti night, so violent and powerful that it makes the poachers standing behind Jack tremble and drop their flashlights. In the moment Jack is distracted by that terrifying sound, Amanda musters the last bit of her strength, and her finger accidentally presses hard on the shutter button of the old DSLR camera. A miracle happens. The exhausted battery seems to have accumulated a final burst of energy for this moment. Flash! A blinding white light from the professional flash unit explodes in the middle of the dark mountain crevice. That sudden light hits the eyes of Jack while they were adjusting to the dark, making him completely blind temporarily. He screams, letting go of the gun to cover his eyes by instinct. That is also when Mara appears. Not alone, but an entire powerful pride of lionesses steps out from the shadows of the limestone rocks. They do not roar anymore, but move like ghosts surrounding the group of Jack. Mara steps forward, standing right between Amanda and the gun that have fallen on the ground. Her amber eyes glow under the moonlight, staring at Jack with a supreme judgment. Chaos breaks out. The poachers, who were only good at bullying weak animals in traps, are now completely panicked before the wrath of the true master of the savannah. They flee toward the pickup trucks, abandoning Jack, who is staggering in the circle of the lion pride. In that time, Amanda shows no fear toward the beasts. She understands that this is not a random attack. It is protection. In the chaos, Jack tries to grab the gun, but Amanda is faster. She uses all her strength to swing the heavy magnesium alloy camera and strikes the wrist of Jack hard. A snapping sound echoes along with the painful scream of the traitor. The camera, the only piece of evidence from David, now becomes the final weapon of justice. The lion pride forces Jack deep into the rocky alley, leaving him no way out, forming a living wall to protect Amanda. In that moment, the connection between the female doctor and the lioness Mara reaches its peak, an understanding without words about protecting life and punishing evil. The chaos of last night gradually gives way to the first dawn of a new day. As the early sun rays pierce through the mist of the savannah, the sound of helicopters from the National Gendarmerie Forces echoes in the sky. Amanda sits leaning against the tire of a rescue vehicle, the memory card of David held tightly in her palm like a treasure. Thanks to the backup satellite communication device she cleverly activated while fleeing, all evidence of the crimes of Jack was sent directly to the General Department of Conservation and the Ministry of Justice before he could dispose of the evidence. Jack is escorted to the vehicle in a miserable state, his hands tightly handcuffed, and his hateful gaze is now only the despair of a man who lost his soul to greed. The bags of ivory, animal skins, and evidence of the case are seized at the scene, becoming ironclad proof ending the dark reign of the corrupt captain. Justice has been served, not only for David and Amanda, but also for thousands of creatures that fell under the guns of the poachers. 1 month later, the Serengeti returns to its inherent peace. Amanda stands on the top of a high hill, where she can see the entire majesty of the Golden Savannah. She has been promoted to the position of medical director of the reserve, but deep inside, she feels she has changed. She no longer looks at nature through the lens of a simple scientist, but looks with the heart of a person who has been saved by nature. In her desk drawer now sits a solemnly framed photograph. It is the final photo recovered from the camera of David, a close-up of the eyes of Mara during sunset. Amanda decided not to keep the camera for herself. She gave it to the Memorial Museum for Conservation Photographers as a reminder of the price of truth. The afternoon light falls again, gilding the grass. In the distance, under the shade of an old acacia tree, the pride of Mara is resting after a hunt. Mara raises her head, her amber eyes looking toward the hill where Amanda is standing. There is no roar, no rushing, only a profound silence between two individuals from two different worlds. Amanda smiles, a smile of relief and hope. She knows that as long as people like her are here, And as long as wild colleagues like Mara guard the savannah, the heartbeat of the Serengeti will never fade. The story of Amanda and Mara is a testament to the fact that when we protect nature, nature will protect us back in the most miraculous ways. If this story brought you faith in justice and the magical connection between humans and wildlife, please hit like and subscribe to help us spread these positive messages. What do you think about the choice of Mara? Please share your thoughts in the comment section below. Thank you for listening, and see you in the next journeys. Imagine a glowing golden horizon where the harsh laws of nature are written in blood and survival. But today, the script of the Serengeti Plains is about to be flipped by an act of pure and inexplicable kindness. Our story begins with a breathtaking scene. A lion cub, only 10 weeks old, so small he could fit inside a backpack, is running for his life. Chasing behind him are not typical predators, but the thundering and angry sound of hooves, a sound usually signaling prey, not the hunter. In a strange twist of fate, the aggression from the sharp tusks of a sounder of warthogs is nipping at the heels of the little one. This is the story of Keto, a lion cub who survived the unthinkable, and David, a weathered park ranger with a face lined by the wind, who believes every life, no matter how small, deserves redemption. But this is not just a simple rescue story. It is a testament to an extraordinary memory spanning many years and crossing the boundaries between species. From the haunting heights of an acacia tree to the dark depths of a poacher pit, we are about to witness a loop of gratitude that will make you question everything you thought you knew about the King of Beasts. Welcome to the miracle named the Debt of the King. The Savannah sun scorches everything, turning the Mara grasslands into a giant oven. In the middle of that vast space, Keto found himself cornered. His pursuers were not leopards or hyenas, but the unexpected aggression of a group of warthogs. When a lead warthog feels threatened, it becomes a mass of rippling muscle with razor-sharp tusks ready to gore any obstacle. Panicked and losing the protection of his pride, Keto did the only thing his instinct knew: climb high. The little one used tiny claws to grip the rough bark of an ancient acacia tree, straining to reach the highest branches, leaving behind the angry snorts and bloodshot eyes of the warthogs below. As time passed, the warthogs finally lost patience and left into the shimmering heat haze. However, for Keto, the nightmare was only beginning. At 10 weeks old, lions are still clumsy climbers. Looking down, the ground seemed miles away to him. Keto was paralyzed by a fear of heights, his small body trembling among the sharp thorns of the acacia. While his life seemed measured in hours due to exhaustion and dehydration, the savannah brought a miracle in the form of a spotted skyscraper. A majestic giraffe, moving with an air of graceful leisure, approached the tree. In an act defying all common biological rules, where prey should flee from the scent of a predator, this giraffe showed no fear. It stopped, looked straight into the terrified amber eyes of Keto, and slowly leaned its long, powerful neck against the branch where Keto was clinging. Like a living bridge, Keto hesitantly placed trembling paws onto the neck of the giraffe, sliding down to the ground like a tiny passenger on a natural slide. At that moment, David appeared from behind the bushes. He had watched the entire event through binoculars with utter amazement. Normally, rangers are required not to interfere with the rules of nature, but seeing a lonely, injured, and weak lion cub like this, David knew it was a certain death sentence. He decided to step forward. With a low, soothing voice, he gently wrapped the shivering cub in a thick canvas jacket and brought him to the rescue center. Over the next 3 months, David became the whole world for Keto. He meticulously tended to every infected scratch on the paws of the cub, hand-fed him every drop of milk, and sat by the enclosure of Keto every night so he would not feel lonely. Between them formed a silent bond, not of ownership, but of deep respect between two souls. Keto especially loved the bright orange neckerchief of David, and the cub would use growing paws to bat at it whenever David came near. David was not just saving an animal. He was planting a seed of gratitude that he never expected would save his own life one day. The day of releasing Keto back to nature was one of the hardest days in the career of David. It was a victory with a bittersweet taste. Keto was no longer the trembling cub of the past. Now, he had become a powerful adolescent with muscles visible beneath a coat the color of sun-scorched wheat. Hunting instincts had awakened, and the rescue center began to feel too small for the ambitions of a future king. David knew that loving a wild animal meant learning how to let it go. The truck of the ranger team stopped at the edge of a strictly protected valley where water was plentiful and large herds of antelope roamed. When the iron cage door slowly opened, an eerie silence fell over everything. Keto did not bolt out immediately. He stepped down cautiously, his sensitive black nose sniffing the air, the smell of dry grass, the scent of a distant rain, and the smell of freedom. Keto looked toward the vast plains. Then suddenly, he performed an act that David would carry for the rest of his life. Keto stopped, turned around, and looked directly at David, who was standing quietly by the Jeep. In those 30 long seconds, time seemed to freeze. The gaze of Keto held no aggression of a wild beast, nor the fear of a captive. It was a look of deep recognition and understanding. David gave a small nod, his lips moving with a silent farewell. Go boy, go be a king. Keto gave a low, rumbled growl as a response, then turned and bolted into the tall grass, his golden tail just a blur before vanishing into the horizon. David returned to his daily work, but a part of his heart seemed to stay in that valley with Keto. Many months, then a year passed. David continued his lonely patrols, facing the harsh sun and the dangers from poachers lurking in the national park day and night. He understood that the savannah was beautiful but full of deadly traps, not just from animals, but from the greedy hands of humans. Whenever he saw a pride of lions from afar through binoculars, David wondered how Keto was doing. Did he find his place in the harsh hierarchy of the pride? Did he still remember the scent of the orange neckerchief where the nights David sat nearby, comforting him? David had no idea that even though Keto had become the lord of a vast territory, those amber eyes were still silently watching his benefactor from behind the thickets. The connection between them was never lost. It was just waiting for a fated moment to reveal itself. In the world of gratitude, no separation is forever. It was a quiet Tuesday afternoon, but the stillness of the savannah is often a warning sign of a storm in the heart. David was conducting a routine solo patrol near the rocky outcrops of the northern border, where the terrain became treacherous with deep canyons and tangled brush. While he was absorbed in tracking a snare wire, a cruel poacher trap that can take the life of an elephant in just hours, David made a fatal mistake. Under a layer of dry leaves and rotted branches disguised with precision, the ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed. David fell free into a vertical pit more than 2 meters deep. This was a pit trap dug by poachers to catch large animals with sheer and narrow walls. The hard fall left him dazed, and a bone-chilling pain shot up his left leg. His ankle was broken or severely sprained. In intense pain, David reached for the radio at his hip, but his heart sank as he realized it had been knocked out of the holster during the fall and was crushed under a large stone. Fear began to take over as darkness slowly fell. The walls of the pit were made of loose, parched earth. Every time David tried to grab roots to climb up, the soil crumbled, burying him deeper at the bottom of the hole. His heavy breathing was the only sound in the terrifying silence of the canyon. When twilight faded completely, the savage laughs of hyenas began to echo from the distance. David understood the grim reality. He was in a death pit, unable to move, unable to call for rescue, and a stationary target for any predator that caught the scent of blood. David sat huddled at the bottom of the pit, hand gripping his pained leg, silently praying for a miracle. But what he received first was a shadow. A massive shadow fell over the mouth of the pit, blocking out the stars just beginning to spark in the dark purple sky. David held his breath, his whole body frozen as he saw a majestic head with a golden mane appear. It was an adult male lion, massive and breathtakingly powerful. Walking beside him was a lioness with eyes glowing like two amber lamps in the dark night. In that moment, survival instinct made David think this was his end. But instead of roaring or lunging down, the male lion tilted his head, sniffing the air slowly. He stepped close to the edge of the pit, peering with amber eyes deep into the darkness where David sat. A low, vibrating sound came from the chest of the beast. It was not a threatening roar, but a chuff, a familiar sound David used to hear every night at the rescue center. Under the faint moonlight, David recognized the small scar on the ear and the warmth in that gaze. It was Keto. The lion cub of the past was now a king, and that king had found his old friend in the darkest hour. Keto stood by the edge of the pit, lowering his majestic head as if wanting to touch his old friend. In a breathtaking moment, David thought Keto would jump down to protect him, but the Lord of the Savannah seemed to understand that muscle power could not get David out of this deep trap. Keto let out a soft roar, a powerful sound of comfort, as if to say, "Do not fear, I am here." Then, with intelligence far beyond human imagination, Keto began to act. Instead of staying to guard, Keto turned and began to take powerful strides toward the ranger station, more than 3 miles away. In the natural world, lions usually avoid human settlements because of the noise of generators and the smell of exhaust. But Keto was on a mission more important than his own fear. As he approached the boundary of the station, where electric lights began to cut through the dark, Keto stopped. He did not hide but stood tall on a high outcrop, then took a deep breath and released a roar that shook the earth. The roar was not a normal hunting call. It had a rhythmic, prolonged, and urgent quality, echoing through the valleys and hitting the walls of the ranger station. At the station, the colleagues of David were worried sick about his disappearance. When they heard the unusual and persistent roaring at a fixed location, the head ranger froze. That is not the roar of a hunting lion. It is trying to call us. Immediately, 2 jeeps were mobilized, headlights scanning the night sky. Keto stood there, waiting until he saw the vehicle lights approaching. He did not run away. Every time the convoy moved closer, Keto would run a bit further and then stop to roar, like a golden guide leading the rescue team through the tangled brush. Finally, the convoy stopped near the canyon where David was exhausted from pain and cold. When he saw the headlights sweep across the mouth of the hole, David knew he was saved. While colleagues used ropes and a stretcher to pull David up, they were stunned to see 2 large shadows standing quietly on the rocky ledge above. It was Keto and a lioness, their eyes reflecting the car lights like 2 brilliant stars. Once David was safely on the stretcher, he looked toward the ledge and raised a trembling hand. Keto tilted his head slightly, leaving a final warm growl as a farewell, and then both turned, vanishing into the vast darkness of the Black Continent. The story of Keto and David is a powerful proof that kindness is never wasted. Whether it is a giraffe lending a neck to help a lion cub, or a king of the green forest guiding the way to save a ranger, nature always has its own language of gratitude, a language that needs no words but can move every heart. When we protect nature, we are not just saving species, but we are preserving a world where the miracles of connection still exist. Let this story remind us that kindness is the invisible thread connecting every living being on this earth. Thank you for accompanying the journey of Keto and David. Do not forget to spread this message and subscribe to the channel to explore more miraculous stories from the wild world with us. Goodbye and see you again. The Serengeti Plains appeared under a brilliant sunset, a ribbon of orange gold stretching infinitely to the horizon. In that space, the low rumble of the old Land Rover engine was the only sound breaking the silence of the great wild. Jack sat behind the steering wheel, eyes squinting because of the sunlit dust, while Max, the loyal German shepherd, sat firmly on the truck bed. This was their 1,000th routine patrol, a habit that seemed as if it would never change. However, nature always has a way to remind us that peace is sometimes just a veil for the violent upheavals about to occur. Suddenly, the ears of Max stood bolt upright. He did not just hear with his sense of hearing, but seemed to be sensing with his entire soul. Amidst the thousands of jumbled sounds of wind and engine, a frequency of painful sound reached his senses. The heartbreaking roar of a lioness dying because she was caught in a steel trap of poachers. That was the cry for help of life at the doorstep of death. Without a second of hesitation, Max launched himself from the fast-moving vehicle, his muscular body diving straight into the field of grass taller than a human head. "Mux, come back now." The snapping voice of Jack vanished into the void. Max did not look back. He was no longer a domestic dog on duty, but had become a warrior of justice, running according to the purest instinct of protection. He disappeared into the falling night, leaving behind a cloud of dust and his stunned owner, embarking on a journey that would completely redefine the concept of loyalty. Max ran on, his breath becoming heavy and hurried. The smell of iron, the smell of sun-scorched dry grass, and a pungent scent of death began to lead the way. When Max pierced through a thicket of thorny acacia trees, the scene appearing before his eyes made every hunting instinct within him freeze. Under the faint moonlight that had just risen, the corpse of a lioness lay motionless. Steel cables tightened around her neck, cold and cruel, a trace of the greed that humans had left in the middle of the deep green wilderness. The mother lion had fought until her last breath. The ground around was plowed up, the grass was stained red, but life had left those golden eyes long ago. However, in that deadly silence, there was a tiny movement. From under the cold belly of the mother lion, a tiny head with ragged fur poked out slightly. That was Zabari. The lion cub was only a few months old, his body trembling constantly, trying to nuzzle deep into the fur of his mother to find the last bits of remaining warmth. The weak whimpering of Zabari rose up, fragile like a thread of silk amidst the vast night. Max stepped closer, each footstep cautious. On one side was the instinct of a professional dog, always wary of big cats. On the other side was the heart of a protector. Zabari raised his head, his eyes blurred with fear, his mouth letting out a helpless hiss when he saw the large dark shadow of Max approaching. At this moment, a fateful choice occurred. Instead of barking loudly or attacking, Max slowly lowered himself. He used his large, warm muzzle to gently nudge the ear of Zabari, a soothing gesture that mother dogs often do for their pups. Zabari initially shrank back, but then the coldness of the Savanna night and the extreme loneliness made him surrender. He felt a strange but gentle flow of heat from Max. Max lay down, curling his body to create a solid arc surrounding the lion cub. The thick coat of the German shepherd became a safe blanket, separating Zabari from the harsh world outside. That night, amidst the Serengeti plains full of dangers, a silent pact was signed. Max accepted giving up the safety in the arms of Jack to become a father, an alien guardian. He stayed awake all night, his flexible ears rotating in every direction to listen for the smallest sounds, while Zabari gradually fell into a deep sleep in the warm breath of the only enemy protecting him at this moment. When the first rays of dawn began to dye the dry grass red, the savannah did not wake up to the singing of birds, but to a gruesome sound, the wild laughter of hyenas. The smell of the lioness carcass had spread in the wind all night, and now, the opportunistic scavengers had arrived to claim the prize. The hyena pack consisted of 4 individuals, with filthy spotted fur and dull yellow eyes. They began to emerge from the dense bushes, surrounding Max and Zabari. Max snapped to his feet, his whole body tense like a drawn bow. He saw the cowardice, but great malice in the way the hyenas moved. They did not attack directly, but spread out, trying to find blind spots to ambush. Little Zabari nuzzled deep under the belly of Max, his legs trembling. The lion cub did not know that, if not for the solid black shadow sheltering above his head, he would be torn apart in less than a minute. At this exact moment, a historic moment shone brightly under the sun. Max stood over Zabari, his 2 front legs spreading wide, as if wanting to encompass the tiny living being. He bared his sharp teeth, emitting deep rumbles from deep within his chest. The gaze of Max did not have a bit of fear, only a rock-solid determination. He was declaring to the whole savanna that, to touch this child, you must step over my corpse first. The hyena pack began the tactic of attrition. One individual rushed up, pretending to attack from the front to attract attention, while two others tried to sneakily approach from behind. Max had to manage with extreme difficulty. He could not leave the position, because just if he took one step away, Zabari would be exposed. A large female hyena took advantage of an opening, lunging to bite hard into the back leg of Max. The pain shot up to his brain. Red blood soaked the tan and black fur, but Max did not whimper. He spun around, delivering a powerful warning bite that made the hyena flee in terror. Hunger, blood loss, and the intense sun began to drain the strength of the shepherd dog. Max felt his legs begin to shake, but every time Zabari slightly touched his fur, an invisible source of power flared up again. The hyenas still patiently waited. They knew Max was weakening. Their laughter grew louder and louder, echoing across the savanna like a music of death. However, amidst the circle of cruelty, Max still stood there, lonely but grand, a living shield made of bone and flesh, a testament to the fact that loyalty can defeat even the most ferocious instincts of nature. The chaos of the hyena pack suddenly vanished in a strange way. The wild laughs went silent, replaced by fearful whimpers as they backed away into the shadows of the thorn bushes and then ran straight. A terrifying silence covered the space, to the point that one could hear the wind whistling through the dry stalks of grass. Max felt a heavy pressure weighing down on his shoulders. The wind shifted, bringing the scent of a top predator, a king without a crown. From behind a mound of earth, a wandering male lion appeared. It had a sun-scorched black mane, scarred from blood-filled expeditions to claim territory. It did not walk hurriedly like a hyena. Each of its footsteps was slow, solid, and full of authority. Its cold golden eyes locked onto Zabari. In the brutal world of lions, wandering males always look for ways to eliminate the offspring of rivals to assert absolute power. Zabari, the tiny soul huddling under the belly of Max, was the target of that cruel instinct. Max stood in a situation like a single hair hanging 10,000 pounds. Compared to that tall beast, Max was just a small creature. One slap from the massive paw of the male lion could end his life immediately. The survival instinct in the head of Max screamed to run away, but his heart had taken root at this place. He could not abandon the trembling eyes of Zabari. Instead of rushing into a hopeless physical battle, Max decided to perform a psychological war. He did not back down, nor did he bow his head. Max stood straight, ears pricked high, and began to bark loudly. That was not the bark of a house dog asking for food, but the resonant, rhythmic, and authoritative bark of a service dog trained to face the most dangerous enemies. The strange bark, echoing amidst the savanna that usually only had roars, made the male lion halt. It was surprised at the grit of this alien creature. The male lion lowered its center of gravity, emitting a deep roar that shook the very ground under the feet of Max. The threat was enough to make any animal terrified, but Max still stood there, baring his teeth in threat to protect his forbidden zone. The determination of Max created a magnificent moment of confrontation between the loyalty of humans embedded in dogs and the ruthlessness of nature. Max was ready to sacrifice, ready to use his life to exchange for every precious second for Zabari, hoping that his barking would be heard by Jack amidst the vast wilderness. Amidst the life and death moment, when the male lion began to coil itself to launch the deciding pounce, a streak of red dust rose from the horizon, accompanied by the roaring sound of an engine echoing across the savanna. Under the blazing sun of early morning, the Land Rover of Jack rushed forward like an arrow, piercing the atmosphere thick with killing intent. The persistent, directional barking of Max finally brought the answer. The male lion, being a wise predator, halted when recognizing the appearance of humans. It let out a slight, regretful growl, glanced at Max with a strange respect for a gritty opponent, then leisurely turned around, disappearing into the dense bushes under the brilliant sun. When a vehicle screeched to a halt, Jack rushed from the cabin even before the engine could turn off. He was stunned at the scene appearing clearly under the daylight. Max, his proud dog, was now standing trembling on bloody legs, formatted with dust and sweat, but still heroically standing over the lion cub. As soon as the gaze of Max met the familiar face of Jack, the extreme tension within him seemed to vanish. He did not collapse because of pain, but slowly lowered his center of gravity, sinking down beside Zabari because of ultimate relief. Jack stepped closer, kneeling in the middle of the scorched grass and hugging the large head of Max. "You did great, old friend. You saved him." His voice choked up when he saw the wounds on the body of Max Zabari, still scared at this time, let out weak meow sounds under the shade that the body of Max created. Jack gently picked up the little lion, placed him in a safe transport crate, then with a colleague helped Max onto the vehicle. Many years passed. The story of the alien gatekeeper became a symbol at the conservation center. Zabari now had become a brave young king with a golden mane glowing brilliantly under the sun. As for Max, the German shepherd of those days, now carried on him the scars of time, often lying sunbathing by the porch of the house of Jack, next to the fence of the reserve. Every afternoon when the sun faded, Zabari, the proud lord of the savannah, would slowly walk near the fence where Max was lying. There were no growls, no distinction between predator and pet. Zabari just stood there, silently looking at the elderly friend who had once used his life to protect him on that fateful morning. A sacred silence covered them, a testament to a loyalty that had crossed all boundaries of instinct, becoming a living legend in the heart of the vast savannah.